Skimner. Good morning. Another late start for me. Sorry. All right. So we're working on some blacksmithing stuff. New dev room. I've been here for a while. It's been a couple of months, but yeah, relatively new. Okay, so that's the bottom. Okay, good. Good. So, I guess we're going to cast a ray. Now, we'll call it blacksmithing. Number 7. How you doing? Oh, I need to play someone's game. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Let's start out with that. Whose game are we playing? Okay. We're going to play. I got to turn my heater off. Man, it's hot in here. Jeez. All right, loading it up. This is C64 Cosman's game. Let me see if we can add that. Yeah. They're sneaking in somehow. I need to put a sign up. Keep them out. All right, well, I'm waiting for that to load. We have a mock character here. And we're going to add a ray. Right here. It's not easy to see where it's pointing, though. Doesn't show me. And this is going to collide with blacksmithing. And it's coming out on the Y. Target position Y. Why is it Y? Yeah, we don't want Y. There it is. We want... not X. Here we go. And we'll go like that. We'll try it with this. We'll see. We're experimenting with different collision bodies in 3D. It's see which ones work good for us. Okay, and that's the transform is moved up, right? Raycast. Player controller. Recast 3D. Okay. We're going to export this. Scenes player, Raycast 3D. Sure. Let's go ahead and get the UID, and then we're going to grab the import script. Character. Let's zoom and enhance. Still waiting for the load to finish. Maybe it's an issue with should I refresh? There it goes. Whoa. This isn't gonna work on okay, let's see if we can download it. Okay, we're gonna download his game. Yeah, same. Okay, now let's re-import the barbarian characters. God damn it. There we go. Let's look at our collision shapes. Okay. A little low on the belly. Let's make it a little higher. Let's go like this. Okay. Reload. And there we go. We've got our red class shooting out. Bloody good. All right, so let's make sure that we have on the raycast what we're concerned about is collide with areas or bodies. We're colliding with areas for now. Re-import. Okay, now I think the game is downloaded again. Let's try it. Executable program. Double click. Alert. Could not load project data at the path as a PCK file missing. Sure it is. Okay, we're downloading the PCK. There we go. Uh-oh. Hang on a sec. Oh, if I hit escape, it closes it. Okay, so I guess we're... Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. Here's what we'll do. I can't full screen it properly. And I want to be able to... I guess just have this as the wallpaper. I'm not asking for it's an executable. Just because I moved it, it suddenly lost its permissions. There we go. Now I don't have sound. You guys hearing me okay? So, no sound on Linux. Is there an explanation as to huh. Let me try. Just a link to this, so I guess there's no sound for me. Hopefully it sounds not super important to survival in the game. Well, there is a run. Whoa. What just happened? I think I've accidentally found a keyboard shortcut to something. Shoot. Try again. Lunesta! We're just playing C64's game really quick. How's life treating you? Ooh. Incline, baby. Running. Running. What is this? It's a block of cheese. What is this? Not sure what to do in here. Okay, my stamina is gone. Uh-oh, I used up something. I had 100 of something. It's gone now. Oh, it's coming back. Fantastic. About to head out in a minute. Thought I'd check in. Dude, I hope you're doing good, man. Yeah, I got, we're back in business. Have you seen the, let me just show you really quick. Have you seen the, look at the beautiful graphics of the, let me just show you real quick. Hang on. Let me, give me a second. Hang on. Turn off collisions here real quick. And then check out this sexy ass blacksmithing area that I got going on here. Plain old Jane looking thing. Look at this. Gosh darn. Look at that lighting. So sexy. See the light camera shake? So hot. Anyways. Looks like a boss room. It does. Oh. That looks like a boss to me. Something. I think something's funky with me. I don't know what this, like, looks like a butter. It's been out for a while, but I'm not sure what it's about. Controversy time? Now I'm downstairs. I can't get up. There's the incline. I think the web game worked better. I'm wondering if the export on Linux something is wrong. Oh wait, what's this? Nope, that's the same spot. I don't know. I have this like spit, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that does. I can walk through the ball. I'm in the sphere. Air cricket eats soup with us. Is this going to be about my game or this one? Yeah, they just recently pulled a. They're headed right for us. They expect us to. They're headed right for us, Ned. Okay. All right. Well, I think something's busted here. So hopefully that's enough information for C64 to be able to investigate. Back to multiplayer life sim coding, boys. Well, I hope you're doing good, Lunesta. I hope life's treating you well. How was your holidays? Your Christmas? Blacksmithing? Blacksmithing. So when we enter a room, yeah, there's a light bit of fog in the blacksmithing area. So we have a teensy bit of fog. So we're using, it's the kind where light bounces off of it. You can see it best when you are in between let me show you. I'll show you on the bottom one. So if you go to, or not, apparently. Oh, I closed it. Whoops. So if you go in here, you can kind of see it. It's when you block the light. See that light, that halo over my head? And then if I go over it, it kind of blocks it. So there's a tiny bit of fog in here. Oh, you can see it pretty good when I do this. See how it lightens up? Like on the left side here, it's a little more blue right now. And then when I walk away, it kind of gets a little more red. Might not work very well in compression. I don't know. But yeah, we have a tiny little bit of ambient ambiance with the fog. You can really see it right here off the side of us. And then there's some depth of field blur here. So if we're at the anvil working, that'll change. Right here, you can see it really well right now. And then if I walk away, it gets even brighter. Yeah, I mean, it's a performance thing, right? And you want to be able to provide a switch that people can flip to turn it on and off, or change the type of fog, so that it's not. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. What do they call it? There's a name for it. Let me see if I can find the environment. Where's the cameras? Here's the room camera. Resource environment. It's in the blacksmithing. Volumetric. So we're using volumetrics. Yeah. Yeah. So we're not just using like a depth thing. It has volume and the light interacts with it. However, you can kind of cheat if you cast a ray from the camera to light sources. and something's in the way, then you could change the color of a traditional fog and then kind of get the same effect. But so from the camera to the light sources, and then you could take the average color out of that. You could do something fancy like that, I suppose. I've never done anything like that though, so I wouldn't know if that would work or not. It would be a guess that I would try to do it if I wanted to get the same effect for really cheap. So anyways, back to what we're doing here. So we're going into here, and when we connect to a room or a zone, as we're calling it, we need to give the raycast, or at least connect two signals on the raycast. So if we have enter room, we know the player that's going into the room. We know we're entering the room here. So this is where we can connect. And then I guess if we had an exit room, and I guess it would be zone. And we have zone. So we could have enter and exit be globes that we fire. Funk exit ROM. So here we can connect and disconnect to that raycast. And we could set the collision on the raycast as well. So we know the player. Dot ray something. Now, is it private or public? Let's see. Player controller. We're making it private. Let's make it public. Okay, so we'll call it Raycast 3D. Yeah, technically everything's public. It's just with the naming. So I append an underscore. Sorrow. How do I get a list of all the signals on this son of a bitch? Here we go. Visibility. Get collider. Oh, shit. That's right. I guess we can do this on the physics step. To Bob, how you doing, man? So we could ask, is colliding? So we'll print yo if we're colliding. How about that? Nothing. So we're not a blacksmithing body, so let's double check that. Area collision. That's correct. We are blacksmithing. And we are blacksmithing. And we are blacksmithing. And we are blacksmithing. That seems pretty good. Go back in. Whoa. Yo. All right, now we're pointing at stuff. This is good. Okay. It disappears when you talk. I see no. Nothing. Okay, I got all inputs except for the mic down. It's not there at the moment. Okay, I put the volumes back up on the other inputs. Do you hear it still? Huh. Weird. Must have been a little glitch in the matrix. Okay. I don't have a headset on to hear what you guys hear anymore. So I found it liberating not to wear a headset. It's nice. Um, when the tram was on the, maybe that's what's doing it. Maybe there's a volume. Maybe there, hang on, let's try. Maybe that's producing a sound. Let me see if it has a sound. Maybe I can mute it. Background loop, there it is. Can we just disable sound? I'm going to mute it and hide it. Okay. Strange. All right, so we're trying to free up the player to be able to move around. So this is going to be more friend sloppish controls. And the reason why we're doing this is, I forget who suggested it last stream, but they were like, hey, why not? I think it was a new viewer, actually. They were like, why not just let everyone come in here and do it at the same time? Seems to disappear when you talk. It's really weird, though, because I have... I only have one input source besides the desktop audio. And it almost should be the opposite of that. Like, you should only hear it when I'm talking, because I duck the audio when there's no, or I don't duck it, but I, it just goes in and mutes if it doesn't hear anything. So that's weird. You know who I blame? My German Shepherd. Because he went underfoot and started futzing with cables and stuff. So it was probably something he did. Blame the shepherd. That's what I say. I'll have to look into it. Sorry about that, guys. Is it super annoying? Must be people on headphones. It's been gone a while now. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for letting me know. I don't know what I did. I barely did anything. But it appears to be gone now. It's weird because I have a mixing deck. That's what the mic is on. So if anything introduced noise, I would think it would be that. But you guys are saying it shows up when I'm not talking, which is really strange. Anywho. So we have... We're going to have 4 more area 3Ds. One is oven. One is fuel. One is bellows. Is it bellows like plural, or is it just bellows because that's what it's called? Anvil? Okay. Oven, fuel, bellows, and anvil. Excellent. Now, Started watching Free Willy with the kids. They got really into it. So it's our fault now? No, I'm just saying you're probably hearing it's much more sensitive experience with headphones. It's very intimate. Hello. Hello. It's almost an ASMR experience. Now, so now when we are in physics, process, so we could do the raycast is colliding on input checks. Or is this a physics body thing? Because if so, then we can't do. It says raycast 3D. So I'm guessing it is tied to physics, but I don't think it uses physics step the way that, like, if I checked for a physics collision on something on a non-physics step, we would have issues. But I'm guessing this is updated on physics, but I can check it whenever. I'm using the speaker on a 50-inch TV. So you're the one watching on TV. I'm like, someone's watching me on the TV all the time now. Who is this person? Two Bob's sitting there with like a big gulp and some popcorn. He's like, let me watch this fool. Dude, speaking of TVs, whatever happened to picture in picture? It's a travesty that whole thing just went away. I mean, it's such an easy technology. I've got to think it's some sort of patent thing why it's not prevalent on modern TVs. You got multiple HDMI inputs and you can only show one image on the screen. What the hell's that about? You should be able to split the screen into 4. Should be able to just be like, I want HDMI 1. I want this channel thing here, like all that stuff, but you can't do any of that. It distracts you from the adverts. Yeah, they want to make sure that you're. Wasn't a selling feature. I would use it now. Man, imagine with kids, especially, like being able to have the game on in a little screen, and then they can play their video game up on the big one, or the other way around. Or like you want to do some, I don't know. I constantly bemoan that it's not around, but you want to sell more TVs. Got to have more cameras and microphones in the room so that they can just flip the switch when they take over. Oh God. Okay. So normally here's what we're going to do. We can check if we're colliding, and then let's see if we can find out what body we're colliding with. So we're going to go and say, so we check, is there collision? And then we say get collider object. And then we'll just do a comparison on it. So we'll do a match, main, clients, player, raycast 3D, get is collider the object? Yes. So on the object, if it's, see, this is an is, or is equal to, well, I'll see if I can do it this way. We're going to compare it to these 4 here. Yank. Paste. Let's just try it on the oven. Print. Oven, baby. Nada. Okay. Now, it's probably something about the match statement, right? Because I bet if we print this out, we're going to get the name oven thingy. Let's see. Oven baby, hurry down the chimney today. Ba-da, 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 ba. Nothing. Okay. How about we do it on physics process? So we'll go like this. Oven area 3D. Let's bring back our old code. It doesn't like the indents. Oh, it's because we're missing the word match. Let's go up to it. Oven baby. Oven baby. Okay. So we have to do this on physics step. We could store the last collider. How about we do that? So we'll just say oh shit, I get why this is a problem. Was that obsidian? Yeah. Obsidian. Let's see if this is going. No, we're not processing inputs. Okay. I think we can, though. And I think, so this is a little bit of a mind trip for me right now, guys, because we have to set this up to run on the server and the client. So I'm just got to think about it for a second. Now, process client input isn't firing. So we need to run that from here based on our state. So if we're inside, and right now that's zone, right? Animation state, area, config area, really should be called zone. Set area. So if area equals config area world, then we process Okay. So if we're in blacksmith, we're going to process those inputs accordingly. Process client input. Hey, it started doing it. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't know what to do with left. Let's focus on okay. So we're getting somewhere. So now we're going to reintroduce some of this stuff. So this whole state heat, state shaping, we're going to get rid of all that. We have that, but that's more for the camera. Actually, as a matter of fact, so much of this stuff doesn't even need to exist. And frankly, okay. I think it's coming to me. So the big thing about this is I'm trying to figure out a way to set up the code so that I can build these little areas where we do these things. And they are kind of these self-contained ideas. For now. But presently, we're doing all the state stuff and everything. I don't think we need any of this. We put something in the oven starts heating. You blow the bellows, the temperature will explode or increase rapidly. If you increase the temperature, the amount of fuel burns faster. So all these are sort of constants. So we don't need the idea of you are currently in shaping and you are currently in heating or any of that stuff. It's like, okay, you're pointing at this. If you have something in your hand and you press this button, then it goes in the oven, that kind of thing, right? So I think what we can do is let's just start with getting fuel into the fire. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning. So we're going to say, if we're colliding with something, then we know that those inputs matter, right? So I distinctly remember middle school, that teacher making us listen to that whole damn song. I wanted to jump out the window. Tom Millman, how's it going? It was definitely a how do I reach these kids moment. Holding fuel. Okay. So if we are holding fuel, so here's everything is wrong though. Do you guys know why? Because we're coding this around the idea of one player. If holding fuel. So It's almost like there's stats what the player is doing when they're in there, right? So what is the play? What is on the player's person? Um, so we could do like holding as a concept for a player character. So holding, and then we put like an enumerator to indicate what they're holding, like if they're holding a sword or an ingot. Because this code right here is not gonna, it's only gonna work on the server, and then it'll work on the client, but everything's gonna be wrong, basically. But we can get the basic idea here first. So if holding fuel, it's one thing. Do we base it on the input first? Or the button press? And what do we determine pickup was going to be? Well, bottom button is jump. So that's off the table. So I guess it'll be right button. So if we're over So if we're pressing action right and the object is fuel and we're not holding fuel, then we say holding fuel is true. Obviously there's like a bazillion things to have to check for a lot of this stuff though. Game state, we don't have to check because we only fire these inputs when we're in the room. And suddenly all this big statement here is going to just go away. And actually a lot of the code is going to get smaller. I understand why the slop games do this. It's starting to become more and more obvious. So we should be holding fuel, and then we would put fuel in the fire. So let's say we'll print holding. Oops, wrong button. Holding. Okay, and then only fired once. I don't know. Maybe this works. I don't know. I don't know. This feels like a pattern, though, for picking things up. Holding. And it feels like it's specific to each area. So like if we did match object and its area, and then we do if then we check the input. Action right. And we're not holding. Okay. And then if it's area oven, and if input action left, and we are holding fuel, then we put fuel in the fire. Oh, you didn't start the fire. We don't need any of this shit. We don't need this. Let's get rid of last move heat direction. I know, I'm getting there. Relax. All this crap here we don't need. Those outbursts are no ASMR. Get used to it. They don't go away. That's when you know I'm cooking. Okay. Wow. I am surprised. This a lot of this stuff is just gonna go away. Holding fuel, so when we put fuel in the oven, fuel. Where are we incrementing? And then we say false. So this is the big feeling moment is right here. Let's see. All right. So now we can put it in the oven. That's good. So this all goes away. Okay. So now we should be able to pick up fuel and put it in the oven. He's on fire. So pick up fuel, put it in the oven. Why did we lose the UI? Input event on game. Pause and write. UI view none. P action write. Get rid of that shit. Get rid of that shit. Okay, game is almost gone. Nymphis, how's it going? All right, so we're going to pick up fuel, put it in the oven. There we go. So now we can do it without snapping. So this will be cool once we physically show you holding wood. And then maybe we can change the orientation of things so that this flows better for the player. So we could put the oven in of course, the game designer is like, oh, let me make this harder for the player because that's more interesting. Right. Let me create strife and conflict amongst players. Where's that light at? How do you expand? There we go. It's on the gimbal. There should be an oven. Okay, so the camera stuff is a little jank now, but we'll fix that. Okay. Jacob, how's it going? I'm thinking of starting with new features in my game, like a world map, but also, is that really the next most important thing? What about spells? This is hard. Yeah, I would say, I don't know. The art's looking good. Ryan, thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is all someone else's stuff. And these two things here, the bellows and the oven, are shout out to second favorite. They're I just ran the pups around brains all crazy. Jacob, are you having a stroke? What are you saying? Oh, your brain's all crazy. Okay, got it. I got that runner's high. Gotcha. Oh, you're like ready to. I feel like the room cam is actually more like this now. This is the room. I'm tweaking over here. The tweaker's high. Fuel, put it in the fire. Now we just need to be able to put the anvil in the fire. And that's where things get a little weird. Because where did or the tongs? Where my tongs at? Tong to tong tong tong. You normally put the. No, I misspoke. Yep, you throw the whole thing in the fire. That's what you do. Traditionally. And you pick it up with your bare hands out of the fire. So I guess what we could do is have the Hey, everything okay?
Yeah.
Is it going good?
Okay. It started out really good with Odie, and then it's just gonna go like play blocks and stuff.
Okay.
Like he got out the round stair and the colored tablets, and he's just like making this whole cool thing. But it's like,
Okay. Well, he's doing something with class materials, which is good.
yeah. And Jenna's been doing math the entire time. She's doing another
Okay.
6 pages. She's almost done.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's just what she wants to do. So I'm letting her.
Okay.
She's almost done with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Something else.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of addition and subtraction practice right now.
Okay. Okay.
It's not introducing anything new.
Right.
So we did just get to a pre-test or a post-test.
It didn't do. Wasn't it getting close to doing like prime numbers?
There hasn't been anything.
Okay.
It's just like kind of bigger and bigger, like addition and subtraction.
Okay. Okay.
Going to like 100,000 sometimes.
Okay. All right. So we pick up fuel. We put it in the fire. So maybe the fire needs to last longer. This is where we start to have to balance numbers and everything. The anvil is the heart of the sword. Give its the high quality heft. Yeah. Um do we introduce carrying things? Like you run in here, you're picking stuff up, you're putting it places. Do we make it where you switch you have like an inventory wheel or an item wheel and you switch over to ingot in the tongs? Or do we make it left hand is left button so you can pick up with left and drop with left? Um so you can pick up fuel in your left or your right hand. A little bit of both. A little bit of both. I heard funny boys, what's up? Oh no. My funny messages. What? I'm confused. They aren't coming through. I hear funny boys comes in, trips, shoelace untied, stumbles, collapses against the side of a wall. You hear the hubcap sound. There we go. Look at them cheeks. Dang, that's some double wides there. Yeah, the slash, if you gotta, that's why I always put it at the tail end of something, because otherwise it thinks it's a command. So you gotta do, there we go. Those some hips there. It's the straight lines. Isn't that interesting how it suddenly becomes, because I used to do this where I would go like this, but that's like a Kardashian. Those are some Kardashian cheeks right there. Okay, I'm going to take a terrible risk. What are you going to do? Aren't you streaming right now? What are you doing in here? Hang on a second. Get back to work. Let me see. Oh no, I panicked. It was a panic. Chicken. Excuse me. I don't see you anymore. You're not streaming. I'm not live. It's late. Okay. I was going to put, the Y is nice. Y really throws it together, puts it together. You can't. You're just it's too much at that point. Let's see. Bust some ass, and then we're gonna go. It is fun though to create different butts, isn't it? Oh yeah, that doesn't look right. No, the asterisk in the middle doesn't look right. Looks like something else is going on when you do that. What is that about? Oh, God. It just doesn't look right. You'd think it would work. It's like bent over. Yeah, that's yeah, because I did this and it looks like they're like you're in the middle of it's like coming at you. Oh yeah, yeah. It's a delicate art. ASCII butts. It's coming. Oh my God. How was your stream? You're making so much more progress than me. I hate your guts. No, but you're doing great. I flew today. Oh yeah, I saw the title on YouTube. I did a little test with the playtester, and so much was broken. What kinds of issues? But now I am fixing it. This is also very good. Yeah, I'm running into some mental model stuff that's a little confusing for me because of how I'm collecting inputs and simulating everything on the server side. It's like, okay, where does the inventory of the player actually exist, kind of thing. My save was corrupted when he kicked me from his server. Wild. Because I want to save player progress when they do things in another person's server. Right. A lot of these, there must be a reason, I heart, that so it overwrote to a blank when I got kicked. Yeah, there's a lot of these games say you do this like disconnecting process, and that's when it's like saving everything. It only saves when you disconnect for some reason. And a lot of these games act that way when you have like inventory when you're connected to somebody else. And I think it's because it's tied to your profile. It's not tied to the world that you're connecting to. So something about that, it plays into it. And I have a process, but it went bananas. So maybe what you need is use a save file, and then it's like there's a confirmation that the save completed properly, and then you overwrite the real file or something like that, right? So you have like this like disconnecting save process, and then you confirm that everything went cool, and then you overwrite the like real save, I guess. That's going to be interesting to troubleshoot, though. This is weird, right? Like, it's simultaneously really fun and exciting. This is why I got hooked on multiplayer at the beginning of the year. Because it's like all this really cool stuff, and it's a lot of interesting problems. It's so awkward to troubleshoot. Yep. Yeah. That's why I'm always running 2 clients. Do you know about that trick? Can I show you how I do the 2 client thing? I mean, I'm sure you probably know about the run instances, right? That you can run multiple instances. And do you use launch arguments at all? Because I could show you a little bit about that real quick. So like I have one that I set like IDs on them, and then I can have it automatically host and automatically connect, kind of thing, using launch arguments. I don't use launch arguments. I just always use load both as host and then set them to join. Yeah. Yeah, you can automate it. I don't yet. I don't yet. Into different saves, yeah. And things are going to get really complicated as you start connecting Steam into it all, too. Where you have to have like your own pseudo lobby thing for local testing and stuff. Yeah, it's gonna get a little weird. I still need to get my Steam page going. Yeah, I'm in the middle of breaking a bunch of stuff, but I refactored a lot of my net code so that it's a lot better now. But I'm also I made this whole little mini smelting thing, and now it's like, oh my god, like actually connecting it into netcode the way that I did it, I don't think I'll do again. Connecting it back into netcode is kind of a nightmare. It's just been nice. Yeah, that's my plan too. Do you have like a time frame? Smelting is your crafting. It's going to be one of them. So you'll smelt gear, like anything metal, essentially. And so then some of that stuff will feed into other crafting stuff as well. Wait, dumb joke incoming. Do it. But yeah, we should talk like we should talk shop sometime because it's a lot of interesting stuff in all this. Oh! But originally it was going to be baking was going to be the first thing that I'd put into this. And now that's not happening as quick. Crafting was such a bear to cross. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of like I have a recipe system already ready to go from when I was working on the baking game. I haven't integrated that into this at all. But yeah, so for the basic loop, it's going to be first you're going out and you're mining and you get, minerals that you smelt. So you'll cast those into ingots and then you'll heat the ingots and then shape them into weapons. And I figured it'd just be pickaxes initially so you get better pickaxes and rinse and repeat. I know. Look at the lighting. Look at this sexy ass lighting. I played whatchamacallit the other day. See that fire dancing around there? Look at it dancing around. I can't see the fire. Your head. Well, there's no actual fire in there just yet, but the lighting is there for it. So, yeah, it's looking good. Da 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 da. I forget the name. Careless Whisper. That's the song I'm trying to sing. Anyways, look at the camera shake too. Look at that little subtle. It's like a guy with a documentary style thing. That's neato. Mosquito versus this bland overworld lighting because I haven't done day night yet. Yeah. So Phantom Camera, check that one out in the asset library. Phantom Camera is great. Although there are some issues with it. I'm actually going to do a pull request to fix a bug that they have that's pretty significant. At least for me, and what I want to do with it. And then day night cycles and stuff like that we'll be doing as well. Published in the fall at the latest. Nice. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be anywhere close to that. I got to get something else out. So I'm working on like 2 little things behind the scenes. But it won't be super big. I think that's a good schedule. I think you're going to be surprised. You're releasing it for free? Did the last game really shake your confidence in like charging? So no crazy. It's more about just getting it out there. Yeah. A lot of this sucks. This whole everything about game dev is just a horrible experience. I would be happy if anyone bothered to play it. Yeah. I feel that. I do have this like there really seems to be a lot of just do this thinking with some like, oh, this is how you do success on Steam. And it's like, just do this. And then I've seen videos of people that are like, I just did this and it didn't work. And it's like, and the game looks amazing and it just couldn't find its audience. It's humming now. I don't know. I moved the microphone. Maybe that did it. It says it goes away. You say it goes away when I'm talking? Hum. I do see a little bouncing. Yeah, I see it now. Rosif. Might be the cable. It's my wife is microwaving. I bet you that's what's doing it. And now the microwave stopped, and now it's not humming. Comes from the ground that's not working correctly. Yeah, that's probably it. It's when the microwave's running. That's why you hear it when I leave, because that's when I'm heating food. So not worried about money, but just to be fair, I really want to become a full-time dev. I'm trying to release this around when I can go full-time. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Bracken music. Bracken.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry.
You think it's cool?
Bracken.
Cool.
What the hell's wrong with me?
It's not cool.
Dude, what'd you work on today? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. That's my release the Bracken. Music production? Really? Release the Bracken? Oh man. Have a good stream. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're working on a multiplayer game. It's going. It's going. Today's a little bit of a weird one. Oh, it's humming again, isn't it, guys? Oh, she had the microwave going. And now it stopped. No, it's still going. God bless it. Taco Bell. Oh, the microwave stopped. Yep, it's the microwave. It's the damn microwave. It stopped. It just stopped. I heard the beep. Fascinating. To macrowave. Yes, macrowaves. That way it heats everything outside of it. You have to be inside of it not to get heated. Not to have your water particles vibrate. Right. Was someone yesterday when you went to get lunch? Yeah, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll turn my mic down when I leave to go heat stuff up. Tinfoil hats. It's the government. I'll get my I'll get another UPS and plug it into a UPS, and I bet it'll stop that from happening. So I just gotta get one out here. I don't have one out here right now. iHeart, have you ever done a jam with somebody? I feel like that we could probably pair together really well on a jam. I would never normally throw that out there, but I seriously have no other Godot people that I can get together for jams typically. But maybe that wouldn't work. I don't know. Everyone codes a little differently and stuff too, so. I have jammed a few times with other people. I'd be down, but not in the near term. Yeah, same here. Yeah, it'd be a while. Good dorks. Excuse me. Gotta satisfy my obsession. Yeah, this thing that I'm working on is like the long haul. So I gotta have stuff in between because, yeah, I mean, I guess I technically am full time. I'm just not making any money. So I need to get something out there to make some cash. I do have like a working tactical combat game that I'm thinking about. I think I can make into something. So I'm gonna mess around with that off stream. Very rarely, but I have an idea for it now finally. Oh, the Bracken, by the way, does make some really cool stuff. So let me do a shout out if I didn't already. Are people selling libs for Godot? There is a Godot website where you can buy stuff, but I hear it's real kind of not very good. It's Godot something. I forget what it's called. I just saw a post on it on. But I think just resources in general. I mean, really, iHeart, and I've said this before to other people, and I say it to myself even. The money is in the pickaxes and the shovels. So selling assets and resources feels like the way to make money right now, and not trying to get a game that sells well. Pre-runtime evaluation. No, that's the free stuff. So that's, you can search that inside Godot. There's so that's just right here. It's the same thing. But no, there's like a pay for place. I'm aiming for YouTube influencer money. Okay. Yeah. Get that devlog payout. I feel dirty saying that. Dude, I mean, that's okay. The marketplace one, right? Yeah, Godot Marketplace. Is that it? Godot Marketplace? This is the one where people are selling assets. But I mean, you don't need it. It doesn't need to be like, it's not like that with Godot, right? I mean, you could just sell your Blender assets on itch or something. Although I do hear that getting paid by itch is kind of iffy. Like it can take a long time. I figure if I can get visible on YouTube at first, any game that comes out, I'll do fine. That's probably true. YouTube's like a huge time investment. Like, I don't think people realize, I know you do because you're doing it, but making videos and stuff is extremely time consuming. I think it got fumbled when they got nuked by payment processors. Right, when it was all about yeah. But yeah, I mean, making a 10-minute long video is like 10 hours sometimes. Corn and corn accessories. Yeah, definitely. I'm using this time full time to see how I can make decent videos with the least effort. You just gotta be that person holding the microphone, just standing there. That's the cheap, or like what's his name on the pregnancy ball. It's like filming. Yeah, that's basically what I do. Yeah. Yeah. I just sit at my desk and talk. Yeah. I should give it a shot. It's a lot of work though. One dude and mic. Yeah. You're super funny. You should try it. Yeah, trying to be funny is a different. Well, really? I'm funny. Thank you. What? I didn't. This is news to me. I didn't know that. I feel like I used to be funny. I don't feel like I have the funny anymore. You're hilarious. Cheeks. Yeah. Cheeks out. Everyone cheeks out. Man. I could do that. I could have my little bust some ass at the end of the thing. Maybe I'll give that a shot. What do you edit on, iHeart? I loved editing on Final Cut. Final Cut X. KDN Live. Okay. I find that the DaVinci stuff is super meaty and like chunky and crashy, and like it's just like it just feels like like it's so slow. I am on Linux primarily. I'm on the tux, as it were. But I do have a Windows box. I can dual boot, so I can get over to Windows. Kitty in live, so we can share. Is DaVinci on? Let me see. DaVinci Resolve. Is that they got a Linux build out there? See, and you gotta log in to download it. It's a whole pain in the ass. They have Linux, supposedly. What kind of Linux, though? He does some editing for me. Nice. I sat here at my comedy pajama bottoms, blue rubber gloves, a gas mask, and a jumper. I hate getting fiberglass on my body when I need to go in the attic. Go for a strong look in your movies and don't be afraid to be shockingly different. I did video production in high school. I edited on tape back in the day. A to B editing. I was really good at it with the little wheels and like scrubbing times and using timesheets and stuff like that. And I remember it was Premiere 1 was the Adobe Premiere, just like it was just Premiere was out. And everyone was always using that computer, so I just gave up on it. And so I just got really like in-camera editing, and then post was like I hated generational loss, so it was all about like how can I prevent that, especially with tape. So yeah, I back in the day, it serves you well when you're doing stuff on YouTube because you can get lost in the weeds. I also went to performing arts college. Nice. Yeah. Kubuntu. Yeah, I'm all over the place on my Linux distros right now. I don't have a favorite. I think they all kind of suck in their own ways. So I don't have like a preferred distro. But if I'm doing server, it's Debian. Like that's a non-issue. Deciding if I'm just having a command line box, like a terminal box that I just need to constantly run stable, it's Debian. Like there's no question there. But for desktop, I haven't found a solution that I really enjoy. Slackware is my go-to, then Mint. Mint's pretty good too, yeah. I just wish the reason why I'm on Omarchi right now is because it's opinionated. And I wish that somebody with design chops would come into the desktop environment and say, this is it. Don't futz with it, and you're going to have a good time. But the problem is that Linux is like a tweaker OS, and you can't help but like futz with settings and everything. So you just come in and you start changing knobs and fiddle with it and stuff. And I'm getting too old for that shit. So yeah, Mint's all right. Mint's pretty good. Mint's like Ubuntu without the spyware, basically. And it's built on Debian. So it's Debian trying to be Ubuntu without Ubuntu, basically. Well, I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to do it. Remember me when you're famous, I heart, and just I'm still sitting here just doing my thing and sucking ass. I will remember you. I heart will remember this. I won't say hi. You know how it is. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta pretend like you didn't know me. Dude, I still take it personally that Godot official never had me host a session because I was I was literally one of the first person on Twitch streaming Godot, finding Godot people before there was a Godot tag. They used to let like streamers like host a thing, and I never got contacted, and all these like YouTube personalities dropped into Twitch, and suddenly they're getting hosted and everything, and it's like I was fucking holding the line. And I was like rating people that were streaming Godot. It was so hard to find people streaming Godot, and I don't know. I feel like I really did do a lot to try and build an early community on Twitch with Godot for sure. And doesn't really matter. But I'll always take that really personally. No, but they finally came across me one time, but apparently because I didn't stream with Godot engine. Now there's literally dozens of us. There's a lot. And no, I remember being, when the Godot tag came out, I remember being the only dude on there for a while too. Like I'd go there to raid somebody and it would just be me, and it's like, oh, okay. But I've been streaming it for about almost 6 years now on Twitch. I was like I think I was 3-1 maybe when I was first streaming on Twitch. So I think so. I want to say. Now, it wasn't like every day, you know. Last year was the year that I was able to do it very consistently, but then a lot of personal stuff happened and changed all that. And so now it's like really inconsistent. But I'm really happy with my audience. I'm very happy with my chat and everything like that. And I feel like I've built a really nice community. Recently there's been some stuff that's happened that I'm a little concerned about. You start to grow and you get sometimes the wrong element, and there's been a lot of like infighting weird moments that thankfully haven't happened recently. So, but yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I love my audience and everything. So I'm happy about all that. Consistently. Yeah. Yeah. Related to the butt stuff. Yeah, a lot of the butt stuff. Pro or anti legions. Yeah, a lot of that stuff. Like people find out certain things and then they want to tell you, I don't know, they want to share how much they disagree with somebody else. You know, that kind of thing starts happening, and it's like, oh crap, here we go. My only rule for chat is like just be cool to each other, really. What's the consistency? Yeah. I've been consistent for a long time now, but yeah. But I think also Twitch I think we're in a golden age right now on Twitch, and I don't think it's going to last as well for Twitch dev. And I think that it will become a personality driven place. You can see that with growth. Anybody who's like a sort of personality has a lot of success, and that'll just take over. So, but yeah, I could really ham it up more, I suppose. Like, I got this wig. I could wear this wig. I used to stream video games a long time ago, and I was really good at that. I had like 300 viewer, typical 2 to 300s back in the day. Should I wear the wig? So the beard thing that I was trying to get you to do was not like a fetish. It was more like, because it felt like you could, like, especially if you have a hair tie, you could put your hair in front of you like this and then sort of hair tie it. And then it could just be like, you could be exactly like Hagrid? Is it Hagrid? Is that who I'm thinking of? Like you just have the Hagrid beard is all I was saying. Not that you'd look like Hagrid, just that you'd have a. I think it feels like you have enough hair to do that. But anyways, this is pretty cool. I feel like I look pretty good in it. This was my Metal Gear when long time ago when I streamed Metal Gear. This was and then I had a bandana on. It's not about the beard, babe. It's about you looking like Hagrid. I just can't do it anymore. Could you please stop hair tying your hair in front of you and making you look like Hagrid? This is pretty good. And then I could just put on I could put this on. Here we go. Now I have a brand. There we go. I look like a Smurf. There we go. Sell out cricket. Gotta have a whole thing. Now I need some sunglasses, right? We'll put on some sunglasses. A hick sailor. Gauges on your nose. Just a big old fatty. Yeah. Just and then the chain tattoo just around my neck, or barbed wire. Something like that. Billy Ray Cyrus. I don't know what my daughter's doing now. I really screwed things up, guys, and I apologize profusely. Hey, that's why you have more than one kid, because you're going to screw one of them up, so you got to have more. Oh, God. Now, I can't grow out my hair long, not with this hairline anymore. What happens if I flip it around like this? Let's try this. There we go. Looks pretty good. I don't know what this is. Now you look like me. What if we put it off to the side? It's like A-line. Do it like this. Should I do it the other way? Let's try it the other way. Here we go. Now I look like, I don't know what I look like right now. Look like something. Now you look like me. Oh, man. Punk rock. I don't care about my bad reputation. All right. We're back. It's Mohawk for the club. Some Karen vibes. I've been caught stealing once when I was 5. Does he say 5 or 9? It's a simple thing when you want something and you don't want to pay for it. And I walked out through the door. Walked out through the door. All right. Back to something. Let's try and do something, I guess. What should we do? Well, we were doing our inputs and we were kind of panicking about a realization here. With so we can pick things up, we can put them away. So do we need the idea that we can hold things? This is what we were talking about, holding things. Then we have the anvil tinking stuff. So we have this anvil tink. So let's do this. We're going to keep that. Ingot in oven. This is another thing here. These are just, we're keeping the main. And ingot in oven. These are the things that we need to remember to use. The rest of the stuff is going away. So we're kind of friend slopping. We're friend slopping the crafting so that everyone can kind of join in and blacksmith all together. So the way that this will be is one person can be putting fuel into the fire, and then another person can be heating the ingot and coming over here and smelting with it. Another person could be working the bellows. Two people could be going to the anvil and hitting their ingots together, so they could both be staring at each other, looking into each other's eyes as they hit their ingot, just like that, and sweat dripping down their brow as they hit their ingots, staring into each other passionately. Multiple job smelting. Or grief it, yeah. Don't cross hammers. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Hungry eyes. That we could do a picture in picture where whenever two people are using it together, there's a little picture in picture shot where the camera's just kind of panning around them. Oh God. All right. So I guess we can have so we do need to have what's on your person thing, because right now the problem is if we do it the way that we're writing this code right now, it's going to mess things up where the server is doing it and the client is doing it. So it's happening on the server player and the client player, which won't work, right? So we have to fix that. But look at how much less code we're going to have, because it's going to essentially be about this long to do all of that weird, crazy state stuff that we were doing before. Then we're just always running our physics process to adjust the temperatures and all that stuff. And then the whole tinking thing that we were talking about, that's going to change a little bit. And the majority, like the state stuff is going to, like we don't need to set state heat. We don't need any of this. Yeah, let's get rid of this stuff. So this is going away. Okay, so then we can get rid of this. Okay, so that's all gone now. And I believe this also is kind of a non-issue now. Yeah, we don't need this. Unless, well, if we make that a mini game, maybe we will. Like hitting the anvil is a timing thing. So that's more in like a mini game territory. Hungry pies. Hungry pies. Bing, bing, bing. Well, so the one thing that I struggle with is being opinionated about anything. And especially like, here's how you do this thing, because it's just going to be wrong. So I think if I did videos, it would be like, look, I'm just some guy. Here's the stuff that I figured out. But also I feel like I haven't released anything. So if you're coming to me for success, just think of me as like a guy that you know that's making a game. Melody, how's it going? Yeah, don't pretend opinions are facts. Probably more opinionated than you realize. Oh yeah, no, well, and it's opinions, right? But yeah. Right. No, it's tough. I think you'll do good. I think you'll find your kind of your voice and everything. Here's how I did it. Yeah. Yeah. Holding fuel. Yeah, there are. There's the goofy ADHD YouTubers, game devs, where it's like a lot of like, I made Minecraft in 24 hours. Bloop, beep, boom, boom, bong, and this is how I did it. Bloop, beep, beep, bong, bong, cheep, bong. And then, oh, that didn't work, conk. And it's a lot of like clown noises and stuff, basically. It's like the equivalent of that in YouTube video form. And woo! And game dev is fun and goofy. So there's that. And there's a business guru. Yeah. Well, I think also like, there's that. That's one thing. There's also, and I totally love his videos, but I'll be calling one person out. I won't say who, but there is also the lifestyle streamer thing where it's like, I make game devs and here's my lifestyle. Like, it's like my morning routine equivalent of game dev. So that's, there's, dang it, I can't think of his name. And it's totally fine that I can't. He's a really nice guy. DevDuck. And then there's also the guy who's working on the farming game. And it's super cool. And I love their stuff. But it's also like a very particular vibe and thing about it. So, but it does have that, like, here's how I exfoliate my game dev kind of feel to it. And this is like my game dev care routine. Equinox. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. He's doing it in Java. He's making a game in Java. I think that's the guy. Yeah. Let me see. Farming game. Yes. Give me a second. Everyone just calm down. He's been working on it for so long. Yeah. Is it Equinox? No, it isn't. This isn't the one. I'm thinking of somebody else. He's overseas. He's in Europe. Thin Matrix. This is the guy I'm thinking of. It's not a Godot streamer, but it definitely has that. But he has that sort of lifestyle thing. But so there's that, and then there's the you're doing everything wrong, you moron, dumbass. Here's how you make it, idiot. Not really. It's not really like that. But there's kind of that like expert thing also. Oh, his first name was that. I see. But it's tough. I mean, I think there's also this like I think like Aramis is probably the first one who has seriously documented from zero to actually being hugely successful. I think that's probably the first YouTuber doing game dev that has literally documented the entire struggle from zero to, it's like what, $500,000, a little bit more than that now. So like legitimately the first one to kind of document that entire journey. Cause a lot of the really successful YouTubers sort of document game dev process, and then they sort of announce a game on YouTube and then it's a huge success. And that's the game they didn't show much of any of the development of it. But yeah, there's like a lot of different styles, and the one thing I don't like is the clown show one. That's the one that I really have a problem with, where it's brushing over the hardship of game development and almost mocking the true grind of making a game, where it's like all flash and bang and just like, you know, magic show kind of stuff. And that's the kind of video I don't personally like. Like if I was to say I didn't like a specific style, it's that. The clown show. I don't know what else to call it, but the ponk, kink, wonk, beep, whoop. Like it really feels like that when I see those videos. Let me see. Nice. I'll check it out. Yeah. But yeah, I think if I did videos, it'd be like, hey, I'm a guy who's been doing this for 5 years and has nothing to show for it. Let me talk about this. It would probably be along that lines. The make it a game in no time videos are dishonest and make gamers have a weird idea of things. Well, yeah, and it's like, you know, if you actually picked up and played that game, it would probably play like shit, you know? It's enough to look good on a video. Because, I mean, the Minecraft in 24 hours ones, those are the ones where I'm like, oh, guys, come on. That is the entertainment side of YouTube, no. Right, and that's why I'm saying you want to sell the pickaxes and the shovels, because if that's what game dev, if there's enough people wanting to be a game dev to watch entertainment videos about game dev, that's not really about actually doing it, then there's a lot of people who are sold on the idea of game development and not the actual act of it, which is like an entirely different thing. I wish I could make a game look good even for one video. I know what you mean. I heard that's been the major thing that's like thrown me out of an idea of anything. Is like I work on it and I'm like I can't do what I want it to look like, and it just kills my momentum, and it really saps. Suddenly my heart just like I just have this moment where I'm like this isn't it. Like I can't do it. Yeah, I think that's with most things this day and age. Sadly, people like the idea of something more than doing it. I think. Yeah, I think that's right. For a lot of stuff. An entertainment high level take on explaining game dev while still conveying the game dev mechanics. I thought about quitting game dev so many times. See, that's my thing is I'll never quit. And I'll just be sad. Like I won't stop and I'll just be like, I just can't fucking do this, but I'm just going to keep going. It's like somebody who just isn't good at skating, who really wants to be like a skateboarder and just can't do it. And he's still fucking 40-year-old skate guy trying to skate from when he was like 15. He's just like, I'm going to do a kickflip at some point. I'm also pre-quit and still sad. Well, and it's not truly the development part of it, but Aramis has documented the journey of from starting from nothing to becoming very successful. A lot of it's kind of glossed over. So, like, I think, for instance, his latest success, the process of making that game has not been shown. Let me. Yeah, thanks, iHeart. Just trying to bring it up. But if you were to look at all of his videos, it's been the whole thing from like maybe this will work, maybe this will work, maybe this will work, and then finally finding something. So, but I think the key thing is what iHeart is doing is the key thing is we got to get games out on Steam, guys. Like the main thing I think is to get through that process of getting stuff on Steam, understanding it, understanding what works and what doesn't, and really working on that. Yeah, he was talking about a different game for a year. Yeah, he was talking about Hexagod. And then he did a game in like 3 months. Dude, I was in his stream when looking through this Twitch category. Oh, nice. Yeah. I've been saying that since I started streaming. No one listens to me. Saying what? Just get a game out on Steam? Right, right. No, I'm 100% behind all that. But I do think that's a big part of it, is that process of getting it out on Steam and everything, and understanding it is important. Because if you're trying to like sink everything into the big one and it's your first Steam release, it's probably not going to work out. Because you're going to screw up the launch date thing or something about the way that like Steam promotes or something. So getting through that process a couple of times is probably really important to the whole thing. I just have a hard time committing to a game idea. I feel like I have at least one project that basically is ready to be something, and that was the tactics thing. I have completed almost the entire everything needed to be like, okay, now make the game. It's all sitting there, and I'm dedicated to this one because I want to see something through. Did you release stuff on Itch? I've done a bunch of jam games, and yeah, I've done stuff on Itch, yeah. I screwed up many things with my game release. I know what to for the second now. Yeah. Yeah, I really think that's a big part of it, Mr. D-Boy. So like even I would say with like Jacob, I would strongly suggest to work on a small little game and launch it on Steam before you even work on your main Steam page and stuff on the one that you've got going. Just to avoid any to know what the pitfalls are so you don't screw up the one you've been working on. Plus, you should create a game that can maintain its own infrastructure even if it fails, unless you're ready to put in money to maintaining dead games with authoritative server space. Yeah. Or P2P or one player. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's why this server is a client. Emailing people about a cozy, cute farming game does nothing. Jonas was the first dev who got me interested in that I could make something. Yeah. I mean, Jonas has got like a huge marketing audience now too for YouTube. My concern though with like, I don't know, I'm all over the place when it comes to YouTube because I just don't want to feel like I'm faking anything. And I feel like that once I start speaking with authority towards anything, I'm instantly a liar because I don't know everything. So I can't even know where to begin to talk about something. I could talk about myself all the time. I do it in the mirror every day. Look at those pecs. Sexy motherfucker. No, it's not like that at all. I barely glance at myself in the mirror. I can't look at myself. I'm ashamed. That's what I do. I talk about you. Just the whole stream. I'd never even noticed it all in iHeart's videos. It's all about cricket. I'm like, oh my God, I never realized. That's why I agree with these videos. It's also different when you're a good sized YouTuber emailing other YouTubers. You'll get a lot more exposure. I saw a piece of advice that said if you frame it as a documentary of your journey. Yeah, I do worry about the game dev videos, like devlogs, as a way of growing an audience of people to buy your game. My concern with something like that is you're really advertising to other game dev peoples and people that want to be game devs. And so I think that I'd follow more of a advertisement of the game process of like, here's the game, and trying to find people that would want that more than trying to talk to other devs necessarily. Every morning I just talk about cricket in the mirror too. One, a lot of people want to be game devs too. Size is size. What are we talking about right now? Oh, yeah. Your YouTube being big. I've got a channel that has 1,000, almost 1,000 subs. But I'm constantly losing subs now that I live stream to it. Because everyone's like, what is this? And they leave. Because I built it doing some other stuff. So I need to, size doesn't matter to an extent. Yeah. Well, this one isn't the one for doing anything video wise, because this is going to be a long process. I was making a pee-pee joke. I gotcha. Oh man. Yeah, the I don't know. I do think the tactics thing was kind of I spent the most time on it. I had the most systems in place for it. I had the AI figured out, which was like a really hard thing to tackle. So getting all that going. Justin's YouTube, as long as they are on target views. Nah, none of them would be. Subs don't even seem to matter anymore. It's not really about that. Tactics. For initial, yeah. Well, maybe I'll try something. And initial views are money because that feeds the algo. The algo is hungry. Feed me. Yeah. I think Jonas is really good at creating like really good videos for the algorithm to hit people that want to make games. And a lot of them are actually it has a lot of useful information in it. OnlyFans with light game dev, just like a crotch cam. Just have the camera pointed down at your keyboard and crotch. Okay, today we're going to work on. Oh, man. All right, let's move this over to the player controller. We're going to have the idea of holding on the player controller. See, anytime we do any of this, though,
Shut up and take my money.
Mariano with the resub. Thank you so much. Do you mean this game? What is this? Oh, don't play the sound. What in the hell? I'm in the wrong. See, this is what we need to be working on, guys. This is where the money is. What is this? Is this like DDR but with like legs? Wait, hang on. I'm watching the thing on the other window. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. I'm gonna make a break from Bouncy Let to make a wiener game where you got to make the wiener grow through puzzles. Excellent. I don't know, Mariano. What are we all up to today? What are any of us up to? I guess if we don't do all right, over to that. PP jokes are seeing big growth this quarter. Second quarter, we have a real mess on our hands. No. Oh god, I remember when getting Cricket to watch your recent multiplayer YouTube video though. Oh, and then he told me he'd already watched it and commented. That's right. That's right. That was me. I need to be more active on the tube. On the YouTube. On the YouTube. We're not really outputting a lot today here, boys. Gotta improve these numbers. This is a really shitty implementation of this. Okay, so if we're holding nothing, okay, this is all crap. Crap, 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 crap. Okay, that'll work. Does this still work? I don't know. Let's see. What is it? Yes. Okay. So we're still good there. So now every player controller has its own sort of inventory. It's really rough. It's really shitty, but we have something. So now, how do we hold an anvil? I guess we can come over here and pick up this, and then we'll just pretend like that's holding an anvil. But eventually we would want some sort of like dialogue switching thing, right? Should we go? Let you work? No, 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 it's fine. It's hard to be active everywhere. I'm going to write a checklist on my whiteboard to follow every work on the game, post on Discord, post on social, post on Reddit, Steam, etc. It's all so much. I feel overwhelmed by the 100 Discords I'm in. The thought of having to make my own makes me want to hurl. Recommend working on one thing until it's second nature and then add. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like keeping a Discord going is interesting. All right, I'm going to go grab some pop. I'll be right back. Maybe you might hear you know what? I'll lower the microphone so you guys don't hear it you guys don't hear the buzz. Pop, pop. Okay, back again. Let's do this. Sorry for the delay. Something I also have to do when I'm streaming is like before I start streaming, I like have to brush my teeth and everything and feel like I'm going out in public. Does anyone else do that when they stream where you feel like you have to be all presentable? What the hell's going on here? Is he playing Covino's game? No, just the they're all K-Kid assets. Can you leave, please? We got something going on. Okay, hang on. Here you go. Keep it going. This is wild. What's happened here? So Greg's going to stream later today. That's nice. Good. Everyone give a second favorite a follow. I have a theory about so timing is definitely a part of hitting like a good success with a game, right? And like figuring out when to launch something. I have a feeling that's probably one of the most important things to discuss with other people that are familiar with. Like if you have something that's solid, you know? Yeah. Because timing is so easy to point back to and be like, oh, that was a bad time. Or, oh, that was the best time. And that's why it was so successful. So maybe that's the most important thing to discuss with other people who do releases and stuff. Is be like, look, this is the thing I have. How should I time this and why do you think I should time it that way? I'm a 3D artist. I want to make a free assets pack. What do you want it to be? Tanks! Tiny tanks. That's what I need for my, what was the PS1 game? Tiny Tank. Does anyone remember Tiny Tank on the PS1? My selfish answer is that because that's what I need for this revamp that I'm doing for my old tactics stuff. Here's Tiny Tank. Oh, it's in Spanish. Oh, he's speaking in Spanish. It's all revamped. No, I don't know. To be successful, the best thing for 3D and asset pack to be successful, like what's a good starting one? I mean, I would build off a foundation. Okay, I can come. I'm allowed to come back now. You guys are gonna let me come back? Cricket, come back. Boo 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 boo. Dance party died down. 3D artist, free asset pack. I think free is probably the way to go to build a group of people that download from you. Itch is a good place for that. What's a good free one? I think Tanks is kind of the easy. Like you just need a couple of armatures or whatever to like rotate the gun. Some way to do the belt. And you have all of Warfare to look back on for ideas for it. I don't know if there's an audience for it, but I mean, for RTSs and stuff, that would be what people would look for. Just pieces, yeah. So you can swap them out. Something to control the gun. You know, you just need one bone for that, right? And then one bone for rotation. Although you can rotate just with rotate, right? So you don't even need that for the... And you do that blending stuff that Greg did. For the wheels. You got yourself a tank. Mm-hmm. If the meshes are separate, that's enough for somebody to animate it themselves, right? So blend shapes are how Wallaber's 4x4 furniture store tires deform, but they've also got an armature. See, Wallaber is the guy who's got the secret sauce figured out. I would say Wallaber on Twitch Dev for game development, Wallaber is one of the most wholesome and reliable, like, outputting person on the entire platform. All right. We stuffed food in our mouth. Wallaber puts out. Got it. I think it's the, the twerking interludes that he does really sells the stream. If you watch Wallaber long enough, when he takes these breaks, he has these like twerk sessions that he does. And it really just like sort of, he'll book in the stream with a beginning twerk and an ending twerk. and there's usually some sort of theme. And sometimes it's like real interpretive, and you're like, oh, this is about global warming. This twerk is about global warming. But other times it's like really on the nose. So tasteful twerking. Yeah. I don't know how he does the slow-mo shots, though. That's confusing to me because it's live, so I'm not sure how that's working. What do you think the work pipeline for the tank threads? Should I animate them? I would just do, I mean, the easiest thing to do is UV scrolling on the treads. This twerk is about global warming. It's a good one. Activist twerking. Exactly. Stop all the drilling, stuff like that. So it's good stuff. Scrolling animation in a shader. Yeah. Yeah, UV scrolling would be the way. I mean, realistically, it would be linked together like chain. However that would work. You'd have rotation points between the like wheel mesh and everything. But that's pretty advanced. All right. But no, Wallaber's a good guy. Wallaber's been in the industry. He knows the game, and he has a good sense of everything, and he knows how to produce. The production value of his games is like amazing, and he has a style, and he's a real, I'll say the word artist when it comes to his games. So Wallaber is definitely up there. Let me do a shout out to Wallaber. That's just my opinion, man. And he uses Godot, so it can't be that bad. But yeah, the tactic stuff, this is the thing that I think I want to go back to and do with tanks. Because I think it'll work for and building and sort of tailoring, designing, oh, this is a long range tank and this one does this and this one does that. This one can jump, this one can't, or it can climb, this one can't. Is my tactics stuff. Let me go back and show you guys really quick if I can find some old clips of it. Let me see. This is the one thing, though, that I think I can turn into something that's sellable. I don't think the tactics genre has a large audience, but I could be wrong. I really don't think there's a big audience for it, which is one of the reasons why I lost a lot of steam on it. Is it clips or is it highlights? I don't know. Let's see. Highlights. Are we sorted by date? We are. Let's go back. Wow, I didn't highlight much of the tactics progress, did I? Okay, let's go to clips. Nothing. Okay. All? Oh crap, this is all over the place. Jesus. 2 years ago. You guys want to see me graphically eat a banana? Let's see here. 5 years ago, guys. See, I'm telling you this was Godot 5 years ago. 5 years ago. We got clips that are ancient here. Last year. A 6-second quick clip. Quick? A 6-second quick? What does that mean? Last year. Let's see. This is probably a good one.
Look at that.
Oh my god, I had sound effects.
Oh,
and
this
everything. What the hell? Why did I stop this? Why did
Look at
I
that.
stop this? What is wrong with me? Get it together, man. What are you doing? Sorry. I'll play this here. Give me a second. God damn it, Cricket.
Look at that. Oh, this is called polish. Polish me, baby. Polish me, daddy. Polish me, daddy. All right, so looking good.
That's the AI. Look at the camera tweening, and it's doing it ahead of time. Look at all that shit, guys.
Look at that. Oh, this is called polish. Polish me, baby.
But this is
polish
all
me,
AI
daddy.
side. The camera rotations and everything, this is all happening automatically. It knows what it needs to do. It's
polish me, daddy.
fuck. I had a whole thing for this.
Looking good.
God damn it. We are brother. All right. Yeah, so I really do think I can turn that into something. Look at my, oh my God, look at this. Look at my hair. What is that? Don't never do that again, Cricket. Look at that hair. Good God. Why am I just staring into space? Look at me staring into space.
How is attacking this one attacking them all? Let's look in.
Anyways. So that's, I think that's my most possible thing to get like on Twitch or on Steam and into something the quickest of everything that I have besides the InnerTube game. Oh no, that's a strength length. There. That's why I'm considering just doing the big thing soon. Should I go full bald? Should I do the Bruce Willis? Should I just buzz it? I think buzzing is probably the next step, not having that. But I do like it short. I think short's the way to go. Cause it's like don't try and hide it. You know? Yeah, it's the widow's peak. It's wicked. Look at that when I look down. You're not gonna like it like this. Suddenly iHeart's like, ew. Like that, it looks pretty bad. But I like your hair. Well, thank you guys. Everyone's being so complimentary to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, so that's the one that I want to turn into tanks. That's the big secret, guys. In the back of my brain, that's the thing that I'm secretly like, I think that's the one I could flip into something. And just like it'd be tank combat and some have range and some don't. And so it works for tactics. It would work for tactics. Cause it's like, oh, mechs, right? But then you're aligning yourself to like Mech Warrior and stuff. Or like Mech, what's the one that came out on the PS1? And that's not good. So I don't want to put myself into comparison to something like that. I promise to keep secrets from chat. So that's one of them. The other, I am working on something else that nobody knows anything about. Nobody. It means you have high testosterone. Cricket, Chad? Giga cricket. What joke? Is it about your mom? Is it a your mom joke I missed out on? By the way, if you guys want me to play your games, go ahead and just go into the Discord. Hop into the Discord, add a link to play my game. I start my stream by playing one person's game. So just throw your link in there and I'll hit it up. Want to see a funny clip? I always do. Should we do some Tetris real quick to clear our palate and then get back to work? If anyone wants to, go ahead and redeem that. We'll hit it up. Medusa's in. Medusa's in. Medusa's ready for the punishment. Let me get Firefox going. It's going to take like 8 minutes to load, so we'll let that happen. I do need to spend some money on a NVMe for the Linux install because it's slow as molasses with this spinning hard drive. Polish me, daddy. Should we do that? I should do that as a redeem. It's a pretty good one. Oh.
Hot lady. I'm like, ooh.
Oh, my face is covering. Hang on.
I shouldn't attack my. Hot lady. I'm like, ooh. I shouldn't attack my viewers like this. Yeah, exactly. It's just me, Hadouken. We need to focus on me.
Never picture the Gooners.
Never picture the girl. I can't help it. Who put my mom in this? She's a character in Wuthering Waves. Look at this. Oh god, she got all stretched. She's a little broken in the bones.
Wait, is that Mr. D-Boy with like an avatar?
I don't know if I can now. I can't do it.
Oh my god. Or is that you? Is that... It's Mr. D-Boy.
Okay. Anyway. She's turning.
I gotta be honest, that stuff weirds me out. That stuff weirds me out so much. Like, I don't understand it. He's under the model. All right, here we go, guys. Join me, and together we can Tetris our forbidden love. Okay, here we go. You got to flip sides? What? What do you mean? All right, here we go. Just real quick, though. What do you mean? Like this? What are we talking about? What? Well, I'm going to be looking here. iHeart, I'm sorry. Just the game. Real quick, though. Just real quick, though, as a treat. What? We're going to go. What is everyone talking about? Ah. I'm sorry ahead of time, iHeart. This is, you're getting, I think this is the first time you've been in here. You're going to get jumped in. You get jumped in and jumped out in Tetris. Them's the rules. And I'm gonna do 3 for random. What is with this elevator music that's playing? Stop it, guys. Stop. Knock it off. Knock it off, guys. Ah, I screwed it up. What are you doing, Cricket? What are you doing, Cricket? Damn! I changed everybody! Somehow I survived. Adds weight to the movement. Yeah, like it feels like a heavy piece. Alright, here we go again. It's pretty brutal though, iHeart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry ahead of time. First time in is rough. Gotta put it on 3. Shots fired. Double Tetris. Triple. Mega Tetris. No. Stop it. Quin Tetris. No. Guys, just stop. Stop it. Get help. No! I just got uppercutted into outer space. I'll stay and listen. Don't say mean things about me. I won. Unlucky pieces. Once again, we're doing it. I play greedy. I know, sometimes it can work against you. Payback mode. Payback initiated. Warm liquid payback completed. is with this music? I don't know how it came in, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Megtris. Oh, I knew I was up against second. I switched to WASD because my down arrow key is broken. All my stuff is backward now. Almost clutched out of that. I know, it was getting there. Once again. The brutal fight that is Tetris begins. One block, one desire. Oh, it's really ancient. Stand up there. Revenge is his name. Blood Tetris. Stop it. Just stop. Stop everybody. Stop all the downloading. No! Stop it! God damn it. It's second versus Medusa Tea and Savory Sour. Who will win? A battle of champions. Savory Sour throwing punches at Medusa. Perhaps should be targeting second favorite, but no. Second favorite and now Medusa. Or sorry, Savory Sour. A battle of champions to the end. Who will win? A huge punch towards Savory Sour. It's a back and forth battle. Oh, this is it. A big punch coming towards Savory. one after another. The well is opened for the final punch from second favorite. And here it comes, down to the end! All right. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and what you target is shown at the bottom of the screen. One more, last one. Anybody can join. Here's the link if you want to join in again. Three people are targeting me. It's fine. I didn't choose the streaming life. No. 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 Damn it, second. All right. Oh, we got a new challenger. We got to do it. Here we go. I can't stop playing. Last one. Payback mode initiated. I guess random would be the honorable way to play, right? Medusa, you held on, dude. Good job. Why are you so good? Man, it's everybody that I play against makes me stronger. It's like Dragon Ball. Is that how it works with Dragon Ball? I don't even know. But we're training on that gravity planet, right? I like that I ended it when I finally got a victory. That's really when I stopped. Before I was on random and you would all gang up on me and I'd lose. But now if I do payback and wait for you to attack me, I can just really make it really tough on you. Oh, I don't like that. You don't watch Dragon Ball, do you? No, I don't. I don't. I don't know. I don't know how it works. And now it feels bad over here too, but it's been working. Dragon Ball? Been dragging them balls. Is that what it's about? It's about dragging them balls? It's all just like a fetish cartoon. It's like, ooh, this gravel is so scratchy. I know, Gohan. Ooh. Ooh. I'm so sore. Ooh. No, the payback. But metaphorically, me dragging my treacherous pieces across your face is accurate. Dragon Ball is kind of pervy, though. That's what it's always been about. Oh. It's a metaphor about climate change. Bringing it full circle. Full circle. Sometimes it's right on the nose. Other times you'll watch an episode, you'll be like, wait a minute. That was a metaphor about climate change. Oh, man. Circle. I like that you're writing circle. Oh, God. Anyways. Let's see. So we don't really have any animations here. I feel like I need to spend the time to do the, like, hitting the anvil animation and all that stuff. But I think the main focus that I need to work on is to make sure that this works for multiplayer. And right now on multiplayer, we have this weird little bug where we both warp through into the room. Can't create error for 31 start server on multiplayer network. Line 31. Error, can't create. Oh, it's because I was trying to create 2 servers and the port's already in use. My bad. Start server, connect to server. There we go. Okay. Now, we got 2 guys running around. And see, we both warp. That's not right. And now what we're doing is not, it's translating for one, but not the other. So why did the other player warp? This is the question of our time. So if we think about it, we are saying we do what? First thing we do is this, enter room. Main client player global position. Spawn point global position. So we move the main, and I was moving the client, so that moved the server. Let's check this again. This is the client, and this is the server. So if I move the server in there, let's see what happens. Let's see. We're going to go over here. And then we warp real slow like. And now we're not even in there. So this has to do with a state that has to do with the camera and not the other stuff. So let's see. Mungalo, how's it going? Player controller. Network game. Show action. Holding. Where do we do? What is it you say you do here? What is it that you do here? Set area. Set area. Enter room. Prince. Blacksmith. Ho! Okay. Is anyone else watching Fallout? Is anyone up on Fallout? I guess a lot of the lore nerds are mad about it, but I don't know what's wrong with anything. It's like, oh, there's new lore. I don't like it. Okay. Tough noodles is what I say. Saw season 1, I liked it. Didn't know season 2 was out. Yeah, a couple episodes are out. Can't believe you people making fun of Dragon Ball. No, it's Dragon Balls. It's about people dragging their balls. My Git commit from my laptop featuring such detailed comments as, I have no idea where we are at, but I know I did stuff on the laptop that now needs to be on the desktop. Dude, those are my commits. It wasn't making fun. We just didn't know enough to understand. It's impression-based ignorance. We promise. My experience with Dragon Ball was everyone pretending to Kamehameha without me knowing when the fuck why or what that was even related to, because I hadn't seen any of it. This is in the 90s. And then, so that was happening a bunch, and it was really kind of annoying because I was like, what are you guys doing? You look like idiots. And then it was the PS1 game where you had to tap the button like an insane amount of time. And we got really good, and this is really embarrassing, guys, but some guys you could tell maybe worked their right arm a little bit more than any other arm on their appendages because they were really good at massively vibrating their, like, they were like, like they were like holding the PS1 controller and then just like really shaking their fists like crazy fast to like get a crazy rapid button press thing going on. I'm talking about you, Lunesta, if you're here in chat. I'm specifically talking about you. I'm going to call out Lunesta. Are you here, Lunesta? Pro Tetris player. Yeah, the flipping thing. Yeah. Dragon Ball Fighter Z is dope. Is that one of the newer ones? Dragon Ball PS1. What was it? There's probably a couple of them that came out, right? Final Bout. I think it was Final Bout. It had like this weird, you'd fly around thing that was super boring, but it was multiplayer and it was 3D. This is it. This is the one. It doesn't look like this when you actually play it, though. This is too clean. So it's ranked as the worst one on this list. This was the one I remember. This was awful. It was PS1. It didn't look like this. This is like some emulation bullshit. So that was my impression, my impressions of Dragon Ball. Japanese only. Yeah, somebody must have imported it. I think one of us had a modded PS1. It was chipped. And you put a cheat code that came in with the booklet to unlock the rest of the characters. I think it's all about how you squat. Ika. I think that's the key thing for dragging them balls. See, and it's a lot of people don't know that the translation from Japanese into English, they don't say it right, but it's Dragon Balls. I'll definitely give it a crack. Well, yeah, sometimes you can if you're squatting just right. You can give it a crack. Let's see. Blacksmith hoe. So something is making, look at this, World Phantom Camera Priority 0. Why would we do this here? Why would we do this here? And not on World? This is a question. Blacksmith hoe only fired once, though. Confusing. No? You guys want to learn Japanese with me through an old PBS show that came out in Georgia? Public access television. 137 episodes. 27 minutes each with lesson plans at the end. And a really charming teacher. Does that sound like fun? Let's go. Yes. I'm learning Japanese as we speak. No, says iHeart. His name, by the way, is Tim Cook. I'm not even making that up. The guy's name is Tim Cook. iHeart is learning Swedish. Oh, so lots of Swedish stuff. Going back to the basics. Am I, though? Or is Swedish learning me? Is Swedish learning me? Oh, man. I saw you attempting to. No, IKEA, it's really good. Let me send you a link. It's called Irashai, and it is here. But the best way to get to it is from the learning channel, the learning media. Here we go. So this is where you want to be. I recommend it, though. Yeah, it's IKEA. It's not IKEA. It's not IKEA 3DW, like the two stores combined together. The 3DW store and then IKEA. I'm confused. I love your shelves. What? My shelves? I'm in a closet, iHeart. I stream inside a closet. You guys want to see? You guys want me to break the illusion of professionalism here? Oh, the shelves. I'm an idiot. Here's where I am. Can I? How do I? Hang on. Hang on. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta loosen it up. Gotta loosen it up. Nope, nope. Gotta rotate you. Rotate. Come on. Come on. Nope, nope. All right, all right. Okay. Okay. Nope, that's not the way. This is the way. Nope, that's not it either. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, oh. There we go. Almost got it. Almost got it. Okay, just undo that. Undo that. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm almost there. Almost there. I promise I've never had this happen before. Usually I can get it off a lot quicker. There we go. Okay. Hang on. Here we go. And then we got to plug this in. Plug this back in. Whoa. How did that happen? Hang on. Some nude videos are on here. I got to not show that. Okay. Here we go. And then all right. This is bunker cam. Is this the right? No, that's not the right one. Oh shit, did I lose the plug? No, I didn't. Here it is. Okay. Here we go. They have me. Everything is fine. I'm safe here. I'm safe here, everyone. I promise. Okay. So here's the closet. There's my bunch of my wife's jackets. There we go. And then here's the desk that I'm looking at. And then this is my side. You can see I don't have anything because I'm a dude. And then I have a bunch of we have a bunch of these for eventually for sound if I'm going to do any recording of sound. So we're collecting a bunch of egg carton stuff. Oh my god, very close. I wear like 2 shirts my whole life. It's fine. And then you guys want to see, this is where the real magic happens. You guys want to see the desk? The desk is awful. And this is where you guys, I'm going to lose viewers. I'm going to lose viewers by showing my desk because it is a wreck. Can I? Okay. So, damn it. Hang on. It won't let me point it down, I swear. So there's the desk. Look at all that crap. It's constantly a buffet of crap. There's my little wig thing. And then there's this. So that's the desk. There's and then I have this big light bulb just right in front of me. And then I have another big light bulb right up there in the corner behind me for backlighting. And I'm in, look at this weird thing up there. Oh, can you guys see that? Hang on. Then there's this weird thing up here. Because I'm in like an old 70s manufactured home. So, okay, we're going to get the camera back on the mount. Thornity, how's it going? All right, hang on. Let me get it all back in position. But it tends to get a little hot in here. So sometimes, sometimes it gets a little hot. In the closet. Trapped in the closet. It's approaching the closet. Gonna open the closet. Does it go like that? There we go. There we go. And then now everything's all screwy. Hang on. Everything's all janky. Jinkies. There we go. Yeah, we're okay now. I'm streaming from a closet. That was the whole point. That was the tour. The tour of the closet. 4, maybe 5 towns now. Yeah, I've moved a lot. All for the benefit of family. What caused this move? The moves on my stream, the most recent one was this used to be, so this is the master bedroom. It's a walk-in closet. And so we gave this bedroom to my mom because of her mobility issues and all that stuff. Then she passed away last year, and it's a kind of always a financial reasons that I do a lot of things. So we used to be downstairs, but downstairs is like really not insulated. It gets super cold. And by downstairs, it's just a porch that was turned into an addition to the house. And so we moved from there back to here. No, yeah, it's I've talked about it a few times. It was one of the reasons why I was on a hiatus for the stream for so long, and why I got sort of like really manic about switching projects and not being focused and clear on anything. Was certainly that was a contribution. But she was fighting cancer and living with us for 3 years, but she'd lived with us for 7 actually, because we were living in California and we moved because it was getting too expensive. It's a long story. And so she came with us basically because her rent had tripled essentially. And so we kind of went on this big journey to go somewhere else essentially. But so anyways, recently she had passed away, and so we decided to move up here so that we didn't have to cool downstairs, which was really costly. So I was taking care of my grandma for 2 years. Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah. But this time it's like a financial thing where it's like the heating and cooling costs are way cheaper if the whole family is up where the central air is, basically. And so that was a big deciding factor for it. And also just like being upstairs and being in this room for my kids and everything, and so they could get to us more easily and everything if they needed us at night. It made that part easy too. So that was a big factor for it. But it's getting easier to talk about it. It certainly was really difficult when she first passed away. I took a while off, and it was a big, yeah, it's a whole thing. She was fighting lung cancer. She never smoked a day in her life, but it was the most common form of lung cancer in women from secondhand smoke. So she had probably gotten it from her parents smoking when she was a child. So, or at least so it's unfortunate, but, so that's like, that's a big part of it. But that's made me sort of like spiral a lot of that stuff. I wish she had, she knew I was working on this stuff. She knew I really loved it and everything, but I never showed any like output in terms of like something out there. So I do feel like I really missed that opportunity to have her see me do something like that could be. She did play a bunch of stuff that I made though, so that was always nice and fun. But anyways, it was a big journey. Yeah. I'm hyped looking at this game. Thanks, Thornity. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's a big work in progress. It's everything's really rough, but it's coming together. And yeah, we made a decision about the blacksmithing where it's more friend sloppish, where people can it's going to be that everyone can kind of join in and contribute. Like one person can be putting fuel in, another person could be working the bellows, and then somebody can be taking the ingot back and forth and heating it and then going over to the anvil and warming it and all that kind of stuff. So, but you can still do it separate as well. You can do it individually. So, but yeah, we got a couple of bugs we have to figure out here in the meantime. But no, it was really, it's really weird to talk so casually about her passing, because I do think about her every single day, and she was here with the kids, and so she sort of lives in the house in memories and stuff and places and things we did together and stuff like that. And then unfortunately the way she passed was really pretty intense, because she came home for hospice, and we were in it for the long haul to be nurses, essentially, me and my wife, which is like, you couldn't ask for a better wife to her in-law to essentially care for her so much that she would even do that. And so she came home, and we were ready for 2 weeks to multiple months based on the estimates that the doctors had given us. And then she was here for 24 hours and passed away the next day. So that was really, and then I was there, and it was a whole thing. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't dump this on everybody, but it was pretty intense. But thankfully, I mean, yeah, it was pretty rough. And yeah, there was stuff about like when people are dying that I didn't even know about, as far as like what happens to the bodies. Like people can be alive, but their body can be dying. And there's just stuff I didn't know. Like it's, yeah, anyways, but it was, in a way, I think the thing that really got me through it was imagining talking to her about her passing, and like the way that it happened and everything being kind of this really immense moment. And just like laughing about it. And I think she would have liked it if she had known that's how it was going to happen, kind of thing. She was a big like Hallmark movie kind of person, and like all the English tragedy stuff she loved and everything. So I don't know. I won't get into the details, but it was pretty raw. It was quick. And thankfully it wasn't painless. So, but when it's happening, you know, you don't realize like what's going on, and you think, oh, this is something else. And then you realize, oh shit, this is it. Yeah, but I don't know. It shapes you. Stuff like that shapes you. And I didn't want to hide from it. I think when somebody's going through that process of like fighting for their life and all that stuff, it's really hard to face it. Yeah. So, but yeah. Anyways, she's a great lady, and but I guess I could have made up some other. It was cheaper. But yeah, that's the truth. So, yeah. Well, yeah. So, I mean, what happened? So she was getting sick, and the hospital visits were more and more often. And the hospital visits were like exponentially happening more and more. And there was always like near death. So for the last actually, it's been longer than that, for the last 4 years, because there was that 3-year period, right, where she was fighting it. And so there was like, I had to go and be with her at the hospital, and I was there for every treatment she got and everything. So that was like impacting my streaming and stuff. And then there would be like these like she had so many near misses with different things. But then she went into septic shock, and it's crazy how fast that can happen. And then she was in the hospital for 30 days and then came home for hospice. So, and this was like months after it almost seemed like it was going to be okay and she was going to beat it. And then it just, everything started breaking down in her body and stuff. So anyways, yeah, I appreciate it, Thornity. I appreciate it. And I guess, I mean, I imagine you're not streaming because you're busy now. You're like doing real, the hustle for you is real now. So, yeah. Fortunately, I avoided the septic shock part, but I went into went in from healthy to septic in like 2 days. Yeah, for her, she was, I talked to her that morning, and then later in the day, she was calling for help, and she couldn't move and wasn't mobile and was slumped over. And we had to carry her to the car, and because it was quicker to get her in the car. We lived 1 block away from the hospital where we were at. So we just drove her straight over there to get her to the hospital so that she could get in an ambulance and because there's an even better hospital that she would go to. And so, but it was just wild. She was totally fine in the morning. And then just like that, and she went into septic shock and then went to the hospital and was, and, yep, I was crying on the floor of the surgeon's office, and I couldn't move suddenly, and I'd driven there and everything. Yeah. Greg, I'm really glad you did that, man. So, cause like some guys, I think a lot of guys probably die from stuff like that because they're too like, I'm a dude kind of thing, So I'm glad you got there and everything. I'm not streaming because I don't know why. Dude, I know when you get back streaming again, Thornity, you're going to get slammed with people. Like, just everyone just kind of, everyone's going to like hit you up. When I was crying on the, yeah. I was driven there. Is that the whole fart incident? Oh, totally. I had no idea how serious it was. The fart hole. Yes, the fart hole incident. From now on, we should refer to that and never explain it. The fart hole incident. The collab stream with Cricket. The guy who's produced nothing. Oh, man. Anyways. But maybe Thornity can interview you. So what is it you say you do? What is it you say you do here? He's just like the Bobs from from Office Space. Oh man. I told you. I stream to the people. All right. Let's try and figure this out again here. So we know that the problem is something to do with the okay, so that's the server. Okay, so we're getting out of sync there. We can see it on the logs. And if we start it on the client side and we go to it, then things get. This is where the camera comes way across. So that's our biggest hit. So we know that we hit here. Do we have anything with priority? Let's do a search here. Scenes blacksmithing. So I'm wondering, this is 134 or 144, 143. Camera oven. Really strange. Something else must be changing the priority. 149. Holding. Scenes blacksmithing. Oh, we're on the wrong thing. 143. This one. 149. This one. Okay. And then we have a bunch of the priority stuff here. So it's state. Print. Blacksmith state. We're going to figure this out. This is the first real bug that I've encountered while I've been working on this where I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. Talking about shipping, where's 1.0? Yeah, Mr. D-Boy. Take the focus off me. Blacksmithing set state. Blacksmithing state. Camera priority. Let's print our ID as well. That should help us figure out if it's happening on both. Because if it is, that's part of our problem. Yeah, it's happening on both. Interesting. Does that make sense? Not really. Let's check the scene tree here real quick and look at our positions. So here our body is at the starting point. And then we are way over there. Okay. And then this is the server. And then if we check session 2, we are at the starting point. And they are over there. So what is triggering the camera to do this? My one desire. Do 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 boo do boo boo. Hmm. Chicken. What the hell is going on here? Why is this happening? Let's not set the priority here. Let's confirm if it's this or not. Okay, so that's what's doing it. Ooh, it is the set state. It is. So it's a combination. If I keep this in. So Thornity, when you were working with, I don't know if you're here. I don't know if it's something you want to answer either, but when you were working with Aramis on the black hole game, what was it like? It was just like, hey, just keep me updated, or were you guys like doing like shared screens on Discord kind of stuff? Was it more like co-working, or was it more just like, hey, we'll touch base like at the end of every day kind of thing? Any bass hunter enjoyers? Is that Billy Bass? I don't know what that is. Or is it bass hunters? Ah. Billy Bass, the wall-mounted novelty fish? A mixture of everything, but less co-working. More like we'd be on Discord and share screens to do diagrams or show something specific. Yeah. Okay. Do you enjoy nightcore music? This is a genre. You are saying words. That's all. This is nonsense. I'm talking to a zillennial right now. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what any of the genre specific stuff is right now. Day to day, we just do the work and we meet up formally like 1 to 2 times a week to sync up. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know the genre of music. Buffa music? Guys, I don't know what you're talking about. Music suggestions? I don't stream music anymore because I sort of feel like I'm taking over people's ears, and until Twitch allows me to stream that you can mute the VOD track. You know how you can on Twitch you can stream 2 audio tracks and one won't show up in the VOD. And so I would like it for Twitch to allow you to mute that track so that people could stream music or whatever. And if you don't like it, you could just mute it or lower the volume. But in the meantime, I just feel like I'm finding that most people put me on for co-working. And so I just don't put music on anymore, so that if you want to listen to something, you can just put on whatever you want. I'm into this new genre called jazz. Daddy-o. But yeah, no, I like old school, like old drum and bass. Like I'm just an old man, right? So early breakbeat stuff, old drum and bass, trip hop. These are genres that don't even exist anymore, I think, if I start naming off the stuff I liked. Techno, I'm 44, so I got you beat. But So just call it techno. Yeah, yeah. That uh um I don't know. I'm kind of all over that place. I like a lot of stuff, but I don't typically share it on it. Yacht rock, yeah, hell yeah. Japanese city pop, heck yeah. Getting down with the Japanese city pop any time of day. Bust out some plastic love. Let's do it. Japanese jazz fusion is fucking dope. Um, Japanese jazz fusion, synthwave. Sometimes I can do synthwave, like that stuff that the people call it. Things like that. Electronic sax. Judas Priest, British Steel. My musical tastes are, I don't know. I don't really have a specific. I do have a very good like 90s alt list it's funny, a lot in the 90s I didn't like that stuff, but now I'm like it's like nostalgic. So, but Smokey? A s'mores inspired cookie or dessert bar? Or is that something else? Is this musically related? If I do drugs. No, I'm clean as a whistle. I'm straight edge. No, I don't do much of any of that stuff. Well, you know what's wild is my in-laws thought I was an alcoholic, and I don't drink at all. Like I'm a social drinker, and even there, it's like sips. And for some reason, my in-laws were like, "He needs to join AA." It's like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't drink. Like I'm famously get made fun of by my friends for not drinking. Um, you don't know Smokey? No, no. It's an American rock band, an old one. Let me look it up. I might know the songs. That's the thing is I'll listen to music and I'll never even know the lyrics of something. English rock band from Bedford. I might know some of these. I don't know. I'd have to listen to it. I mean, like Cream and Pink Floyd and all that. But Smokey, I'm not. I'm. It's possible I know the songs though. Do you know Poochie? They sing in an American accent. I feel like a lot of English people lose their accent when they sing. Like for some reason, it becomes more like Americanish for some reason. And then you have people who sing like a lot of punk singers in the States suddenly sound like they're trying to be English. He was on Itchy and Scratchy for a bit. Poochie. Yeah. Jesus, you guys. I switched to non-alcoholic beer. Ozzy Osbourne singing, just dropping an Aussie accent. Yeah. We have country. Country is such a weird genre. Right now, if you turn on a country station in the States, it just sounds like they're like rapping, like almost 80s style. It is the weirdest thing. I don't even understand what the hell's going on there. So I feel like country is a genre that just is not static and it's always changing and it doesn't mean anything. Oh my God, yes. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by country. Some of the old stuff is decent. Less co-working. So Thornady, did you come across what Aramis was working on, or you guys jammed this, right? The original game was like a kind of like a jam thing, right? I don't know. I got brief descriptions of it, trying to figure it like out the origins of it all. But it was like, was it like a co-stream thing? And then that's where the idea came from? All right. We're gonna figure this out. Give me a second here. How much time is wasted? So that for sure is part of this. So that fixes part of it. Game on stream. Chatted with him. Got it.
Fatality.
So still same thing here. Blacksmith. Why does this do what it's doing? So that's for one player. Man, if I can hit, so I'm definitely inspired by a game called Fantasy Life, which has hit, I think they're getting close to 2 million copies sold. And for the longest time, I kept saying there needs to be another Fantasy Life. And then it finally released and it did gangbusters. They only recently even started dropping the price, so they made a ton of money. But that's kind of the root inspiration for this. If I can hit anything like that, that would be dope. Obviously it won't, but it would be cool to tap into that market for sure. But Fantasy Life was like an old 3DS game that had come out. Fantasy Life I sales, I think recently 1.5 million copies in late December 2025. But it'd be cool to do that. I mean, this is like the long haul game. I'm gonna try and get something that I had worked on a while back into like a shippable order for Steam. But I've sort of like made this a big commitment as far as like getting this thing going. So enter room is only firing once. And then what about if I do it from the server? We're going to figure this out, guys. Enter room multiple times. And it does happen on the... God, this is so bizarre. Are we capturing any inputs here? There, action A. Interact door. What? Why does this make no sense to me? This is a wash the dishes kind of problem, guys. This is going to be one of those things where you sit and you do something else, and then it's just going to click. Let me watch this again in real time. Okay, that's the biggest hint. When we move the server controller over to the door, we get that interact on both the client and the server. See, it happened there twice for both of them. So the question is why? This has something to do with connecting to the signal of entering an area. And we do that here on ready. So this is on the client. So it makes me wonder if this is fired on both. Even though we're two separate instances, does connecting a signal to those separate instances make it fire twice when it sees that happen, even if they're not the same? Oh, you know what I think it is? We are not unique instances. How much you want to bet? These are technically the same. And if we go like this, and then we duplicate. If we make a copy of it and assign it to it, I bet you that solves the problem. Let's see. Go up to it. Now nothing. Interesting. Let's go over here. Nada. So now we can't get through, right? Okay. Okay. You're brave, Cricket. I'd like to do friend slot, but the risk is too high for me. Yeah, I mean, I won't describe the main thing as friend swap. That's for sure. But I am. Somebody had suggested the idea that everyone could participate in the in like the blacksmithing thing, and I was like, oh, you know what? Why not? So. So yeah, I'm describing the like blacksmithing part of this as potentially being French sloppish, or at least it can be like that. Um, from my childhood. What is this?
Grammarly helps me.
Oh, music. I'll check it out in a little bit. Nope, nope. Stop. Don't give in. Just call it multiplayer. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm describing certainly, I'm imagining that this could turn into sloppish behavior. But we'll see. We'll see. Originally, it was going to be, oh, there's a smithing room. You go to it. It's your smithing room. In the same server, someone goes to it. It's theirs. But then everyone's like, well, why not? Why wouldn't you? Like, you'd expect to be able to see the same one. And I'm like, here's the reasons why. And everyone's like, well, why couldn't they do it at the same time? And then I was like, well, that's a good question. So here we are. So interaction area entered. So I really do think that the problem here is that this is not a unique instance. I wonder if the issue is when we instantiate. So what if on the import character here, interaction area is what we're talking about. So interaction area, which I believe is a collection area. No, it's right here. It's just area 3D. We are instantiating a copy. Is there like a make unique function? No, it's just duplicate. What if I do this? And then we re-import Barbarian. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna play like a friend's the blacksmithing stuff is will be a bit like that. Okay, and then what happened when we came over? Both hit the interact. Bro, this is like, I feel like this is like a fundamental thing I'm not getting. So when I walk over here with my guy, all on his own. Oh. Right. Okay, I get it. Okay. Right. Here it is. Here's the problem. That's it. I bet this is it. Hold on. It's different now. That was different. Okay, so that was part of it. Interact is still firing on it. Inner room is firing on both. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Inner room. Let's try it with the server side now. See how that's like. See if it's any better on that one. As soon as we enter that space. But the other stuff is fine. So that's getting better. So it's anywhere we're saying main/player. Okay, let's do a search. Main.player. Okay. I think I get what's going on. But I mean, so this is not a small scope game. So I don't think this is something that you'd be interested in because this is like going to be a while. This is I mean, the pitch for the game is it's going to take place. The graphics right now are all basically like gray boxing, and essentially it's kind of massive in scope. But why is this not showing anything? Did we do it? Did we? Oh, clients. Okay. See, this is it. These sons of bitches right here. 155 and 176. On blacksmithing. 76. Here we go. Set player to marker. We're not doing this anymore, so we can get rid of that. Camera look. 155. Target main client player. Player. Okay. Friend swap. Yeah, I mean it's a game feel. I feel like for me the game it's a game feel thing. I don't think this is going to qualify as that in terms of game feel. But so the dream of this game is it takes place in the land of Oz. You create a character, you're whisked away to Oz like Dorothy. You land in Oz. You land in this like realm in Oz, and then there's the Yellow Brick Road. You can go to the Emerald City, all that stuff. You're helping people out and all that. And you eventually can meet some of the bigger characters in the storybooks of Oz. All the books of Oz are public domain now. And so anyways, you slowly become more powerful, taking on different roles and all this stuff. Roles being blacksmithing, baking, wood cutting, like all kinds of crafting roles, farming and gathering, all this stuff. Slowly becoming more and more important. You have your own little realm that you design. So there's like I equate it to mostly like the city building in the Dark Cloud games for developing your realm. In multiplayer, you're connecting to the other player's realm. So you're going there to see what theirs looks like and all that kind of stuff. And then you can go out into the main world. It's the same for everybody and gear up and go out and do a lot of different things. So, but Fantasy Life as the core game loops, a lot of the inspiration from that, if you're familiar with it. If you're not, then I'd have to dive into more detail from that. Is the glass doll world a porcelain doll city? Yeah, the China dolls. Yeah. The books are pretty wild. There's a lot I like about them. I've read 4 of them, and we started the 5th one, and it was too scary for my daughter. We had to stop because something happens to Toto, and she like flipped out. She's like, "No, I can't stop reading it." Or at least it seemed like something was going to happen to Toto, so she got really, really concerned. But anyways, you slowly become more powerful. You eventually can become a witch or a Wizard of Oz, basically. So that's like the thing. That's like the bigger outer thing. But mostly it's just like, let's go together and let's go do stuff and play together. So I don't feel like that's really under the friend slop category, but I do think that this mechanic in this play, the way that this could play could be very schluppish, where it's really loosey-goosey and I always equate friend slop to like the co-op feeling of like everything just feels real, like everything's physics driven for movement and like that to me is like the fits under the friend slop stuff. It's definitely like it does feel like a genre, a very specific kind of multiplayer genre. But I'm with you. I understand what you're saying, Greg, because I do feel like yeah, it almost makes me think it's a way to keep people out of the market of it, to call it something derogatory. You know what I mean? So here's another possibility that I think is going on is we don't want to connect this unless we know it's the player that we're controlling. So when we first create our player, it's under the client. So if we look under network, we have client change ID. Okay, so we add the rendering client here. That's a server peer connected. And then server, what would it be? Let me run this. So it's under client. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I may have to just run and disappear because my kids are playing really rough, and usually that ends up in tears. Okay. Client 17. What the hell's the problem here? Invalid access to spawn. Must have somehow removed one of the... Here we go. Okay, let's try this again. Go down. Oh, damn. We got it. And so now if the other player comes over... So that was the issue. Oh, look at that. Oh, wild. Look at that. Because he doesn't... Okay. That's actually a good problem. Look at that. Okay. So I know what's happening there, too. All right. And then here we are. Okay. Okay. So we're getting there. Yay. Thank you for the golf clap, I heart. Tears of glory. One thing that kind of triggers me is that the sunflowers are not facing the sun. That's interesting. We did it. Okay, so now we've got a little bit more to do. So this is more evidence that I talked about this a while ago, that we need like a dummy version of the player controller so that that's what we instantiate for everybody else, so we don't accidentally trigger something exactly like what's happening here. So what we'll do, and I'm fixing all of this kind of stuff through inheritance. I always do this through inheritance ultimately. So what I would do is we'll inherit some larger thing or from a parent that we all share some common things that we do when we're receiving network SIMTICs, right? And then everything else is the larger, more in-depth stuff of this is the player character that I control in the game. So that's how we're going to solve that. I'm not going to do that right now, but that will be the next major refactor that's related to netcode. So the problem was that this interaction area connection here was firing for both clients. So now we have this issue where the server, let me show you. So now if I look this way and I'm the server and I go through the door on my side, son of a bitch, you got to keep me. So it's working on the client side, but not the server. So that's got to be a state thing. Okay, hang on a second, guys. We're almost there. The claps were too early. Okay, let me turn the camera around here. I really need to just move the door. You know what? I'm such an idiot. Let me just move the door up so we can get to it more easily. Like that. Okay,
Huh?
so that's the server. And then this is the client. And if the client goes through, we're okay. But then look at our inputs, right? So so the warp of the clients needs to fire on both. Now, interestingly, so this means this, okay, I know what's going on. So because we're simulating on the server side, we do want the same thing to happen on both. So, okay, so that's that. So what we need to think about in the design is that the blacksmithing area is a global space, and our characters' elements are a local space. So when we add a client on a server, we want to enable that. So that means when we're doing
So you're
this,
just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
Yep, that's it. That's it. I'll refund the clapping. Yep. I need to put everybody's redeems for the game up on the board.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server?
The Minecraft redeem. Dude, that's such a great moment in time.
Bruh.
How much time is wasted? The soundboard. Get ready for the ride of your life. I've been thinking about the mobile game thing you said yesterday. How much money does the game need to make? Or how many downloads does it need before a big corpo copy of your game? That's a good question. I don't know. But I know that's the trend in mobile. At least that's what I see, is somebody comes up with like a decent idea, and then these Chinese conglomerate, like, I don't know if it's a conglomerate's the right word, but you have these rapid development companies that come in and just bam, they just clone it. And they have a huge marketing budget, and they're just waiting to hook whales. If your game didn't have those mechanics of like ways of driving money through whale, they'll incorporate it into your game. So, but to answer your question, I'm not sure. I think because the price point on mobile is so low, nobody expects to pay more than like pennies for a game. You know, you've got the Apple Arcade, and then most people, I think, want to pay like next to nothing for a game on mobile. And I think because of that, it's created that market. And so I don't know the answer to how you fight that curation. But supposedly the App Store is curated and it's all been erased to the bottom in terms of price. And so it creates a market of it's really gross when you think about it, because Apple being this, like, you go and pay $1,000 for a fucking phone, and then they're just selling just all this knockoff stuff. Yeah. I'll just say that I think it's a really tough space. I think mobile's a really hard one. Um, I mean, I would imagine that maybe I don't know. I mean, I wonder if licensing is another route. Like, there's a couple of licensed Mars Attacks games, right? So, like, how hard is it to contact the Smurfs? Like, whatever the estate is that owns the Smurf stuff, and like, hey, can I get a license to do like a something for that or whatever, or something even smaller than that? But I'm not trying to discourage you, though. If this is something you want to do, then I say go for it. You know, I originally started with, oh, I'm going to do something mobile. And then I started looking in, and this was a while ago. I looked into the market and I was like, oh my God. And now that, especially with Godot, it's so easy to flip a Godot project into a mobile release that wasn't originally one. You know, so thousands and millions of the property. Yeah, man, my dream for the tactics thing, my dream would be to have the Red Raw, the Brian Jacques or Jacques, whatever, his books, and do it in that world. That'd be cool. I always love like little people in a big world stuff, like the borrowers and all that stuff. Le Ginger. We got a shout out for Le Ginger. Check out Le Ginger's game, All Hell the Orb. It's on Steam. You can wishlist it now. There's a link. Oh, I see. That might be a more attainable license, but you'd also have to prove that what you were doing aligned with what they wanted for the world. Yeah. Yes, the trailer. We watched the trailer. We can slam that on here. Again. Let's do it again. I love the boombox. It's looking good. I'm fine not actually doing mobile game, but I still want to do the game, you know. But we're making it for Steam, or I need to make it full screen. Well, I would say just keep iterating. I feel like game analytics for the style of game you're making is really good to see what people are actually doing in it. So something to track what's happening with the player and stuff might be a good idea. But to see where like people's interests lie on it. Okay. So this is when we add client, server peer connected, client peer connected. I always forget which is which. So what I'm going to do is, and I'm going to wrap it up here soon, boys. It's the weekend. I've been feeling a little weird the past couple of days and have been wanting to be with the kids. I've been a bit of grumpy papa too, so I never feel good about that. And I always feel like I need to make it up to them when I'm a grumpy papa. Grouchy papa. Cranky papa. Server started. Server peer connected. So this is the one where we want to, okay. So server add client ID. Okay. So on the server code, when we add client, we want to make sure to fire. So this is going to fix that other problem. So we have our list of clients here, server client. So on server client, we're going to say, what is it called? You guys remember? Spawn. Player controller. It's add client right here. Here we go. So new client. And this will set up the collisions. Okay, this is kind of crappy. So this should fix the other problem with the guy not actually warping on the. Oh, and our order of operations is wrong. So this needs to happen after we add the child. So we start, we connect. Now, if the client goes through the door, he should disappear. Yes. Okay. Let's confirm it again. Okay. So now we're having the identical problem on both. It keeps happening, but it's like a good kind because I understand it more. Yeah. Okay. So we're almost there. So when we interact with the door, Back. It's coming along. We've done a huge refactor of the netcode. And so we're trying to we've changed how we have structured everything and all that good stuff. We still have synchronicity, like we don't have any rollbacks or anything happening anymore. It's super accurate. But now we're just kind of running into some weirdness that we weren't ever expecting to have to deal with. And so we're trying to get... It has to do with our areas in Godot. We're getting there. Kind of a weird bug. It's also been a little bit of a weird stream today, too. We've been super distracted, but that's fine. So we're at interact 0. Should be self. So that's straight up wrong, right? Let's count the name. So that's us. One. That's the server. It did both. Okay, we're getting there. Such a wild thing debugging netcode. I'm gonna lurk and disappear. All right, no problem. That's kind of part of it. I mean, once I know exactly what's going on, we're gonna do that. See, this guy is correct. The the inner room problem, this is a whole separate thing. I'm wondering if I can get... No, I can't. I really shouldn't have prototyped the blacksmithing as a single player thing. That's my lesson here. I did it for speed to get something going on the stream, but I'm regretting it. Because that's all I'm feeling right now is the pain of doing that versus the initial setup pain I'm now having to pay with all kinds of weirdness. So, but we're going to have a pattern at the end of this where we'll be able to pop these things out fairly easily. So, I mean, it's worth it in the long run, but I'm definitely not going to do that again. Because that's why everything's a little weird right now. If we adjust how we process our inputs, like what I'm working on right now, that'll help with part of it. But the other part is just understanding the collision detection issue, which is kind of weird than what I'm expecting. And I'm changing the state on a player controller across the network, which makes no sense to me. Because I'm not telling that to change on the netcode. So that's also doubly strange. Like right now, this I don't know why that happened. But we have this like weird thing where we are traveling. The camera becomes active on the client side to this room. So that's a state issue somewhere that we have to track down. It just means that we're going to get more robust in our code. And a lot of this was the early growing pains of like not knowing exactly how to do the input processing and all that stuff. But we're definitely getting there. But like in this case, I believe that this problem is actually being caused by this state change here in the camera priority. So if I tell it not to change any of the priority of the cameras except for room. Let's try that. Although we are doing room for the priority. Okay. So that's a big part of this. So why is this firing? This is a global. Ah, okay. So the camera priority changes need to happen on the player, it's player specific. So, and that makes total sense. So right now this fires, if this fires ever, still doesn't explain how it's firing on the other. Okay. I think I need to cook on this. Go London brain rot meme? No. Hopefully, I don't know that a lot of us are consuming that stuff. I think we're a little maybe on the outside of it. I don't know. I mean, there's some stuff I recognize, but I have no idea what you're talking about. $24 of us watching. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm sorry to end the stream early, but I just the kids, man. It's all about them kids. So we are going to hit up Fiera. Fiera's almost ready for demo.
Oh, now this guy.
Thanks for being a good dad. I'm not a good dad at all. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I'm just yeah. I just want to spend some time. It's the weekend and it's winter and they get real stirry and all that stuff. I'm there. This is true. Much love to everybody out there. I know, man. My dad, man, we should reminisce about our dads. That would be good, right? Ah, shit. Anyways, much love to everybody out there. I will see you later. Enjoy Fiera's stream. Tell him I said hi. I'm going to let it count down. We got about 20 seconds. He lived on a farm when he was, yeah. That's the running joke between me and Dustin. I wish I had a dad. Me too. Yeah, IKEA. See you later, IKEA. All right, guys, I'll see you later. Much love. I'm sorry for ending the stream early. I'm going to cook on this, though, as I do other things with the kids. I'm going to let this rest on my brain. Because I think this is something, there's like an obvious thing that I can do here that I just need to take a break from.